You know what? I didn't even check if the mic was working today, so I don't even know if that works. But like I'm on, can't huh? What call it? Not really 1 minute early, but yeah. How's everything? How's the day going? How are the things? You know, the usual questions. You have the stream muted. Good job. Good job. I mean, it's good. It's harvesting time. What call it? I could do that. I think we could benefit from a bit of light. Um, that seems like a regular thing. Okay. So I don't know if it's to take into consideration. Uh, right? That seems regular. I absolutely forgot to do that again. 1 second. Second. That's the link that I need to go to. Anyways, you don't really care about that. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. As of today, I think number 2 is supposed to be public as of right this instant, which is 6:31. And yeah, notification everywhere notification. I look like Dave Grohl with the hair like this to me, like it's because it's fucking flat. I don't like it. I like the texture of it. I don't like the look of it. So that's the thing. But I don't like the fluffy either. I can't be happy with my hair. That's what we know. We know how things happen. You know, it's pretty good. In terms of jobs, there has been a lot of things popping on my feed during the day that are related to new things. The new term is the XRI, I think. Um, I think that's the new term, which is like expert, blah blah blah, internal. I forgot, or XIR. I don't remember. Basically, it's if you have skills that are cross-functional, you are the reference for making the connection between the teams, in between uh, your knowledge base and your things that are not like categorically like one thing. So it's mostly generalist type of position. It seems to be pretty popular in the US for now, which implies that potentially in the soon future it would be also popular in other platforms, other part of the world. But yeah, XIR, XRI, something. If I find the video again, I will send it to you. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. I guess it could work for you specifically, as well as everyone else. But could. Um, the other thing that is absolutely required and recommended, required is a big word, is non-big tech company or non-tech big company, specifically for you, Stafford High, we'll call it. So it's basically for the companies that are not linked or directly correlated to tech company, but are still tech adjacent, and they still need like a designer, they still need like a data analyst, they still need project managers and all of that, but they are not like tech oriented, and therefore you would have a lower pay compared to other big enterprises, but it's still a good pay overall. So that's an interesting thing as well, specifically for you, for your field, or at least the field that you kind of want to stay in, can't right this instant, which, you know, debatable. But yeah, the field that we're talking about, that I'm kind of looking for in my head, not something that I want to do, but it's still something. It I think it's called the XRI or the XIR, which is expert. I think it's expert in residence. I think XIR. I think that's the thing, which is basically like the expert inside of the company for many domains rather than just one. So it's a generalist position internally for communicate, basically for communication and for things that are not like, let's say I'm a UI designer, but I also know UX and I also know social media and I also know strategy. And I know all of these things, and therefore I have like more skills than just a UI designer. And if you hire me as a UI designer, you just get the UI designer. You don't get the rest of my skills. And so that XIR is a new type of position that would let companies and employees potentially like diversify their skills and say, well, I can do all of that. Um, so yeah. Um, I'm gonna say something that might not work for you specifically, but maybe take a look. I don't know. Um, India and tech company is really big, so you might be interested in looking at the Indian market for the companies themselves that potentially have headquarters in multiple countries, and that could be a thing. Knowing that on stream, weirdly enough, I mean, on my side we have a ton, but on your side I don't know. But on stream I have a lot of Indian people that are coming in the chat and talking about design, talking about dev and other things, which is really appreciated. But that's also a connection that we can have as streamers. That is not like a direct connection through business, but a connection through other means. Even though I kind of know that I don't really care, but you might want to have like your stream and your work and your personal life to be like kind of split and separated, you know, still an option. Um, but yeah, India is really big for medicine, not pharma necessarily, but like medicine itself, manufacturing and coming up with things is pretty good. So, checking it out doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. But yeah, there is like uh, 1 second. I have something. I think uh, there is something which I just received yesterday. No. Yes. No. uh, that seems like it's old. Oh, right there. This thing. Second. Which I know might be a bit annoying because you kind of need to fill up some content and have like some things ready, whatever. But it has like a bit of a connection system to give you an output that kind of is interesting. So, for example, for me, that quiz thingy gave me the fact that I have an 8 score of 8 out of I don't know how much, probably 10, uh, for translation. So basically, coming out or taking like very complex concept and translating it to things that makes more sense for people, which is like teaching is, that. And then systems thinker is my secondary thing, which is like really good for me and which is really true. And then innovation and connections, quad zero, which is kind of weird, but why not? Also, innovation at 2 is really impressive. I think most people would have like more stuff around here. It takes basically 5 minutes knowing you and how fast you read. It would take like 5 minutes. It took 10 for me, but that's me. Yeah. Uh, so that's an interesting thing. It is really limited. It's not like a full blown out quiz of explaining your archetype and the thing that I've done in the past with the company that I pay, like this thing, which gives me like so much more information and so much more data, which I don't know if we have them around here. We have the action plan, which is not the one that I was looking for. I'm looking for the other ones, which I think is this one. Is it this one? I now have doubts because this is a doc X, which is the same thing. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Anyways, you know what I'm talking about. More complete quiz and more complete outcome and output compared to this. So that's something that is a base, which is interesting. They also have like positions, but yeah, dang, um, isn't I guess at least to me it is interesting to know which are the connection that you have, what are the skills that are in demand that are potentially positive for some companies. So right translator is something that I'd put in first for me, like taking complex concept and making them understandable with the C-suite executive and all that. That makes sense. So easy quiz, 15 minutes should be good, and then you're happy, and then that's it. Just know, they will uh, ask you for your email to send you the results. It's not necessary. You can put in a fake email, and then you will still reach the end page. And that's about it. If you really want to receive like the thing that they sent you, which is basically the link to the page that you're in, um, you can change your email at the end. So that's an option. Like the only reason why I could find it again is because I changed my email at the end, but at the beginning I didn't. But yeah, that's a very very simple thing. But yeah, nonetheless, good thing, good thing. So what happens? Oh yeah, that yeah. I still haven't had like a chat with client, last client to check if I can show you process. I can, but just I want to have like a bit of a go. Go for it is fine. Uh, which I will. Yeah, you don't even need to unsubscribe. Like that's the good thing. Like you put a fake email and then you good. And then if you want to change the email at the end, you're not resubscribing to the thing that you checked because it's not the same email. So it's pretty good. It is pretty good. Nonetheless, with the hair in that new format, my phone is kind of having a hard time understanding that it's my face. So this is kind of fun to see. Um, I achieved something. So as of today, we now have. I asked on Twitter and on Threads if the reset progress was necessary, and not many people replied, but one person said it's a nice to have, but it's not necessary. And therefore, we decided that we could eat the fucking thing, so we eat the feature, so we can't reset the progress anymore, which is really good, meaning that everyone who's using the app is going to progress, and that's it, um, which is good. But and I think that's a pretty good thing, and we now have a good system, I think, so far that process the entirety of the user content, and if there is something that is missing, they can just send the content and send the data to CloudKit, which usually works. But right now, obviously, because I'm showcasing it, it doesn't. It's the same thing as last time. Um, that's the wrong button. And that's working, which is really good. That works as well with the coins. The coins were the most tricky thing this morning. Basically, because when you launch the app for the first time, we give you 104 coins. With your first 100 coins, you can do a ton of things, and you have like 4 coins per day that is awarded when you make or you do something. So basically, the system was checking if you had a certain amount of coins, syncing that with iCloud, and then basically checking for timestamps. And because we award 4 coins per day, one of the device is like has the priority. So if, which is kind of complicated, if the user do something on device 1 and then gets the reward for the day, and then tries to do something on device 2, device 2 didn't get the reward for the day yet, so they would get a secondary reward. And that conflict means that basically instead of giving the users 4 coins per day, I'm giving them 8 for 2 devices, or 12 for 3, and so on. So if someone wanted to just like bankrupt me, they could. I mean, it's just coins, so it doesn't really matter. But like, good bitch. Thank you. But yeah, that's a good thing to happen. Huh, walk on. So it's syncing, it works, it does what it's supposed to do. It still need a bit of a check, I would say, to ensure that everything is cogged properly and working. And specifically, I want to have that sync page to be a bit better, because I mean, that looks like shit, you know. I mean, it's fine, but um, yeah. I mean, Kat, I told you it was 5 minutes for you. Yes, I am really Jesus vibes, flat hair, which is really bad because I don't like it. I like how it feels. Like that's the thing that I do like with flattened or ironed out. It's like I don't have knots. I don't have hair on my hands when I do that, which is really good compared to the regular ones when I'm not flat. It's just every time I brush my hair, I'm getting like hairs everywhere, which is really sad. But yeah, it looks like Jesus. I know. I agree. I agree. I agree. It is soft. That's the thing. It's really fluffy as well. But it's also really good for. I think I said that before. It's a good um, overall, like, length and texture for like ponytails and buns and all that. And we like it. We like it. It's also like I'm going into detail that you don't really care about, but also you hear my stream, so you kind of care about it. It's good for not washing them too often, which is really weird. But when they are like straightened up, they don't grease up that fast. They take like 3.5 days, when I was regular is taking 2.5 days. So I have like one more day off. It's fine. Usually, I think. I think 2 days not gonna do that, but we'll see. We'll see. Details. Anyways, so that's done. That is working ish. The issue that I have today is this. I have access to the CloudKit sync right here. By default, if you don't have subscriptions, it's just telling you that you need to subscribe, which is the point, right? Making money. Not really. I don't really give a shit, but still. However, I remembered before starting the stream that I have access to this thing somewhere else. And if I go into the settings, I have the iCloud sync right there, which doesn't really require you to have a subscription. You can just tap on it and you access to the exact same page. So if you don't pay, and you can go there and sync. So I need to remove that because right now that is not financially sane to do that. we'll see. But yeah, that's a thing that I need to fix. Otherwise, the rest is pretty good. Um, I wanted to work on other things for the app for the next update, but I feel like this is so big, like my dick. This is so big for like an update. It's not like an incremental that it could even be as big as a 2.0 rather than a 1 point something. I don't know. Like it's big enough for that. So we'll see. I don't know. We are at 1.3 right now, which is kind of low in numbers. But yeah, it also needs like a lot more work to make it fully work as I want it. But yeah, um, yeah, kilometers, 100%. Uh, 100%. In 1 hour, it's kind of crazy though. I mean, I get it. It's like 12 New York, so it's like 6 in the morning, not 6 in the morning, 8 in the morning in on the other side of the US. So I get it. I get it, but yeah, annoying. Technically, it's I mean, it's 2 a.m. in Japan for me. So if I had a company or a meeting with Japan, I'm not doing them there. I usually when I need to like schedule something with the Japanese company that I have, it's 6:30, 7:30. They don't like end of day meetings for some reason, which is interesting and annoying. But yeah, like I need to ensure that I'm awake and that they are not too tired. So usually I get my meetings at like 8, 8:30. Uh, yeah. This morning was good though. I woke up at 5 on the dot, like 5:04 to be exact, on my own. Pretty good. On a day that I don't need to go to the gym, which was not planned, but that's for tomorrow. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, since I kind of shifted my whole schedule to go to gym earlier and kind of go to bed earlier, we might shift, as I said, we might shift the stream 1 hour prior, so it would be like 7, not 7, 5:30 instead of 6:30, just so I can sleep, you know. But also, it's the same. I don't really care. It's fine. It's fine. It is fine. Um, I can't go back to sleep. That's the thing. Like either I wake up, I see the time, and I just fall back to sleep immediately, or that's it. I can't go back. So yeah, I try sometimes, but nah, not happening. Also, this morning was like rainy day, so going to the gym in a rainy day is annoying. Tomorrow is gonna be kind of the same, so we'll see. We will see. Anyway, that's new. That's in the work. I think I'm aiming for like um May-ish, like beginning of May for release, so that it's a week. It's not much. But yeah, I'm aiming for beginning of May for the release of the sync. I think it would be pretty good to have. Also, I'm debating implementing a paid sync for free users. So let me explain. If you have coins, like let's say I have like 1,100 coins right now, I would let the user sync with iCloud for cost. And say for 100 coins, for example, you can sync the entire data to the cloud so that you don't lose your progress anymore. If you delete the app from your phone and then you reinstall it, you can get access to it again. Maybe, but I fear that this whole thing is gonna be not taken positively. At least on my own, it would be taken kind of badly to say, well, you, you give it for free, but it's not for free. Whereas if I just give it for the paid users and say, well, this is a feature that is in the paid tier because I need to pay for the database and the hosting and all that, that might be more approachable because the coins themselves don't really cost anything to the user. You get them like daily, and then if you don't make mistakes on quizzes, you get like more coins and so on. So I feel like, yeah, you're paying for access to the database. That would be good. The only thing that I really have a hard time with is, and I haven't figured it out yet, which is why I'm saying probably beginning of May. Um, you here, right? You have a subscription, right? You get the sync. It syncs with everything. You're good. Everything is fine. You cancel the subscription. Stony, hi, work on it. Yeah, not today for some reason. And then, and therefore, because you don't have a subscription anymore, we don't sync your progress anymore. What happened if, like, you change phone? Do you revert to the last sync thing? Do you start back to zero because you don't have subscription anymore? Do you need to subscribe for like a day? Like, could they allow that? Like a $2 something that is just a one-time payment for sync, which feels weird because that implies that I'm hosting it for free afterward. So I don't know. I don't know. Um, I don't know if I would clear the database, like for that user specifically, like saying, well, that user subscription has ended, and then we keep the data for 6 months just in case. And then after the 6 month period, I send them like an email or something that says, we are about to clear up your progress data. So if you want to keep it and not lose your progress, please subscribe. I don't know. I don't know. That's all I can say. I do not know. I have no idea. I have no clue. So, yeah, we'll see. But it feels like a potential good thing to do. But at least, as you said, it makes more sense to say this is a paid feature because I need to pay for the database anyway. So in the beginning, it's kind of free. Like, always feels weird to me to have like the first 1,000 user being a free users, for example, and then it, asking them later to buy something. Like, you use the app for free for that whole amount of time, and then now 90% of your features are paid. So you either upgrade or you lose your habit, which I don't know, it feels weird. So I think, again, getting initial access or initial push from me to give the users like this is a subscribed um, experience, but you can have it for free if you want to just have the beginning of the tabs, the first three tabs basically for free, and then the first dictionary, whatever. Well, interesting. Anyways, Stony, how are you? How's everything? How's the subtitles? I guess you probably have probably done with the subtitles now, right? I feel like, yeah. Open TikTok, sign up for a Facebook account. I don't know. Yes. What's easier to get into? Not easier job, UX or front end? How to do work but need a paid role? ASAP. It is functional analysts. Did a foundational web course. some coding and some design, a bit lost in direction. I think with your background you just described as functional analyst, you would often like basically analytics, UX is going to be much better because I'm going to trigger a lot of UX people right there. It's going to be fun. UX is basically data scientists sugar-coated. So if you know how to do research and you know how to do analysis of data, UX is already 70% that, so you're kind of good. And then if you have the ability to build things, as in prototypes and sketches, um, like wireframes and sketches, either in code or directly in Figma, you are basically 99% of the way through the UX thing. Front end would requires you to get access to like, not access, but like skills that are in many domains, as in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, frameworks, potentially a bit more of how React work, and other JavaScript framework works, but that is going to take you a lot more time to learn, mainly because the junior dev market right now is overflowed by AI devs, kinda like vibe coding devs that have the ability to kind of read the content and just make it better. So that's the thing. The the thing that I said earlier, which I don't think you were here on the stream still yet, words, is um, basically the in terms of getting a job in tech, your UX, UI, front end dev positions are going to be really complicated to get. Getting a job in UX, UI, front end dev, whatever, in non-tech domains is going to be easier. The salary is going to be lower a bit, but it's going to be easier. Like getting into a farm, like a farming plant thing that needs a website. They do need a website, right? They have one. Maybe they don't need like a designer or dev all the time, and you can just come in and say, well, I have these skills. I currently need a job, and if you're willing to take me as an intern, a junior, whatever in that domain specifically, like a front ender, for example, I can do that for you. And that might be an option. That might be an option. Might not be the best option in terms of salary, again, based on where you live, what you do, how much cake you eat on a regular week, all that. But in the current state of things, if you try to access tech startup, you are going to be basically competing with the CEO and the AI agent thing. Like in very, very deep in tech startups, that's the competition that you have. So if you are in junior position, you're probably not going to have the ability to compete with that just yet. But yeah, the UX market for like AI is kind of low. UX in general has been shifted a tad. Um, but yeah, and what Stoney said is half right and half false. This is a turning point right now. There is a ton of companies that are looking for generalists, so not specialists, because they think, and they are kind of right, that a specialist knows their topic and that's it, and nothing else. Whereas a generalist will know their topic of choice plus a lot of other things, which is basically my situation when I have all of the UI UX product. That's my specialty, but I also have like a ton of other competency or skills on the outside and on the edges of the skills that I have, which makes me more interesting of a candidate when I'm applying. But also, you know, I'm not pushing for a job, so I've been unemployed for 2 years. That's also to take into consideration in that discussion. Um, and then specialist is also something that is looked for, but it's looked for in different type of industries. So in a big company like one that you have never heard of, Google, for example, they have probably a designer that works on the icons that are specific to Apple Maps. And that person is paid to create the 50 icons that are used in Apple Maps and make sure that they work and that they work with the new tech and that they are animated, non-animated, working with all the colors, the accessibility and all that. That is the specialist role. For anything else that is like not Google or Apple, um, you would have the need for not a specialist. Like they don't have the money to hire a specialist. So that's the duality of things. Like a startup is going to require a generalist, and a big company is going to require a specialist. Uh, you need to decide differ things, you know. Um, but yeah, that's the situation. So I would say front end is gonna be requiring more work from you. UX is gonna require more common sense from you. Um, but if you have, as you said, if you have already UX adjacent skills, I feel like that could be good enough. Um, yeah, kinda. VirtualBox. Hi, welcome on in. Not really a hairstyle, but yeah, it's just flat today. It happens. How are you? How have you been? But yeah, if you are a specialist in animation, in like front-end animation, it does imply a lot of things in terms of how CSS work, how JS frameworks like Motion.dev works, GSAP, all that. But you know, eh, you can be a front-end specialist that exists. Um, Usually, the front-end specialist is going to be someone like me in 5 years, which means that I have like enough knowledge in code to be like a, a design engineer, as it's currently called. Of basically, I'm a designer that knows how to do things in code entirely. Still not my case, but probably in 5 years I probably would have that. Probably don't know, but yeah. So I guess front end is going to take you further in terms of remuneration, salary. That's the word. Uh, and it's also going to help in terms of um, career path potential. In terms of you're currently in a junior front end, and then you go in a medium position, and you go in a senior position in front end slash dev. It can go really fast because I have seen people enter the job market as interns and be medium or better than the staff members uh, of the startup that they are in, basically when they enter the company. So they entered as intern, and they were better than some of the leading team members. Just not better in terms of skills, but better in terms of um, mindset, thinking, ability to adapt, and some of the things that they were trying to build. were much better. So the one that I have in mind was basically focus on accessibility and ensuring that the thing was responsive as much as possible, whereas the lead was like, oh, it looks like the Figma file. Good. And then you slide a bit and it's not responsive, it breaks on tablets, it's just not accessible at all. And yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. So um so Virtual Doodlebox on YouTube, I'm currently releasing like videos about Figma boot camps. Like there is one that just dropped when the stream started. And that's something. You use Canva. I don't have enough knowledge about Canva to know if it's good enough to give you the basics, but I guess yes. I mean, it has been recommended by a lot of people for just doing the rudimentary design that you need to have. So that's an option for sure. Um, you said that you made posters, which is good. Uh, if you if you want to get into design, as in UI design, which is what we do here on my side, creating an app from scratch on Figma, Sketch, whatever program you want to use is going to be the best option. If you just want to be like a graphic designer, someone that does posters, flyers, business cards, branding potentially, that is going to require you to go into more research. So you have like a ton of options as always. Like the regular thing is going to be Dribble will give you a ton of content. I think I also that's kind of wrong, but you know, uh, let's say you are really into your posters or websites and you like this and you just try to recreate this. This implies like a ton of things. It implies figuring out how to do that button, figuring out how to do the glass effect. There is like tutorials everywhere to explain how to do this. You can also, as always, come here, ask exactly what you want to do in Figma and I can show you. But yeah, that these things are going to be pretty good, I'd say, for you to just get a bit of an understanding of the tool that you're trying to fully grasp. If you are more into like branding and logo design and things, like maybe something like this, just understanding what is in there, why it works, why it doesn't work, what do you like, what you don't like. Maybe like there are something like this and you're like, this looks like shit. I don't like this. Good to know. And maybe you see this and you're like, this looks good. I do like that. Why? I don't know. Figure it out. That's the type of questioning that you need to have in order to figure out what is good for you, and what basically match with what you want to create. But yeah, the only way to get better and like design, video editing, um, graphic design in general is going to be practice. The more practice you have, the better you get. The more like yeah, the more video you create, the better it becomes, and so on. So yeah, that's I would say that's the yeah, that's the basis. So again, if you are into video editing, which you know, good, you get into something like again, a small company, YouTube. Never heard of it. I mean, you're watching on it, and then you go in there, and you also that's new, and you look for the basis of animation or foundation of motion design, which is my regular thing that I highly recommend. And in there, you will find things that would give you an understanding of how motion design work. So there's this tiny video that is like 1 minute. They seems to have like a ton. Ben Marriott seems to have like a ton of videos. But there is like a a ton of people in there that will give you everything you need to understand about motion design and how things are made, how things should look. So this one, which is the one that we reference all the time, is going to give you everything. Shit, I forgot that I had the 3-3 at the end. My bad. Um, but this one is going to give you a good understanding of how things move, how things react, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, why it makes sense. And then you just need to try to recreate these things in the tool that you are using. So if you are using After Effects, which is right there, or if you're using Jitter or some other tools, you would have the ability to just recreate something from scratch through that. This one is really good. We have another one that we recommend most of the time, which right now, I think it's Foundation of Animation and not Motion Design, which we look at most of the time, which is this one. And there's another one. Let's just go through that for now. Bitch. Sorry, my bad. Let me remove the timestamp on this one to see if it's still working. Cool. Bitch, get the fuck out. This one specifically has like a very, very good understanding of how animation for animation, like really creating something that is for a movie, for an anime, for something that like a presentation, uh, but it still helps in the day-to-day for like people like me, which have UI design skills, knowing that like the cards that I'm trying to bounce from one point to the other needs to have a bit of a jiggly spring to it because it makes sense. But yeah, like that whole thing. These two videos are going to be really, really good to emphasize how motion works. So if you are into video editing, I guess these two are pretty good, at least from my point of view. But yeah, so that's for motion. For UI, it's mostly like going into Dribble, Behance, whatever, and then recreating what you want to create. And for like graphic design, like regular graphic design, uh, same thing. I think one of my take, which I've said many times, is if you are, um, you're welcome. If you are into posters, right, and this is the type of shit that you like, right? You enjoy this. You enjoy creating this. This is illustration. So in order to get better, you need to draw more, create these illustrations more often. But if you look at this, the composition here, specifically on the illustration itself, that's just learning how to draw. The poster itself is not really, it's not a poster. It's mostly like, again, an illustration. If I go into something that is a bit more postery, like these might be flyers or like stories for Instagrams, which is what we see right here. That is graphic design. This is a flyer, basically. And the only difference between this and a screen for an app is the fact that on print, you can't have link and you can't have buttons. So, right, like this thing in the subway, for example, that button here shouldn't exist. Like that's not a thing.
Rahad Play is now following.
Rahad, thanks for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome in. I hope you're good. But yeah, that button right here doesn't exist. Like I'm not gonna press the button of download on the App Store. It should be available on the App Store. Like that should be what is here, but that's not the case. Also, the on eyeball.com, why not? That's a call to action. Eyeball.com is an easy link to copy and write. but that is a button. That's something that needs to be on the screen. So if you wanted to have like an understanding of graphic design when you're building like your flyers or something, you would have things that are non-accessible, as in buttons, video, GIFs, or that would just need to be added to a phone. So your phone is a flyer that can move. That's about it. Simplification of the content. But yeah, that's basically it. So once you have like the basics of graphic designs understood, you will have a good understanding of how to create layouts, and there is plenty of options. Um, and again, in order to get better, you just need to practice and practice and sometimes practice. And then on top of that, you could practice a bit more. And that's about it. One of the things that I like to do or liked to do in the beginning was looking for pitch. I know that's my email. Dapshi, hi, welcome in. How are you? Looking for layout grid, design, or whatever. Basically, looking at things like this and trying to understand why they work. Like, why is this working? You know, why does this one work for this use case, but this one doesn't right there, like right then and there, what I'm trying to achieve. That's too minimalistic. I need something that has a bit more visual, so maybe I will go with something like this. But yeah, um, in terms of posters and like creations. So yeah, if you practice every day already, you will get better. I would say one of the best thing to do, best best thing to do, is going to keep as much as you can of stuff you've done in the past, because it's really sad right now, I mean, at least for me, to go into platforms that I have and try to find past work that I fully deleted just because I I don't like it. But like things like, I guess, I mean, not this one. This one is not going to be great. It's going to be okay. Let me check my drafts. Maybe in the drafts it's going to be okay. Like this is a project that I did in 2012, 13, maybe, I forgot. Maybe 14, it's 13 probably. This was the app that I had, and I redesigned it in something that seemed better. I had like no idea of what I was doing, and it's just, now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, that's shit. That shouldn't have existed. Like this is, and yeah, I should have never done that. Like eh, nothing worked. Like these icons are too big instead of their containers. They're not necessarily visually centered. The impact of like these buttons are interesting. They are really, really prominent. But by my standards today, in order to have access to these in a way that makes sense, this should be like a 4x4 grids with like 4 big ass buttons, or potentially like just 3, or maybe even not have these and have like, instead of this, having something that is making a lot more sense. Some direct access to my account, so something, I don't know, something different, not that. Like this header is really bad, you know. So doesn't really matter. But that's the base. If you have access to past work, you would have, exactly as you said, the ability to show and see on your own how much you have progressed. And maybe you like it, maybe you don't like it, maybe you think that you haven't done any progress since like that project, for example, like that was the the bar that I used to go to, and my friend is the owner, so I used to go there all the time, and therefore I looked at the website and was really sad about it. So I took screenshots and then I created something that is a bit better for the time, more aligned with what we wanted to have, but still bad. Like if I, by my standards today, still really bad, but still better. So getting all of that kind of helped me to now see, okay, I've done that. That was interesting. It was an exercise for me, but it nowadays is not that good. And like all of that is basically what you need to have. So if you practice every day and you keep everything that you're working on, you can then just go back and say, well, this thing or this thing right here, right? Um, cool, but not that good. Like this bitch is how I how how is this not centered? How did I figure that out? I don't know. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. And it's not and like it's two icons on top of each other. And I see that every time that I'm showcasing this thing. I'm also seeing that none of them have uh, the same radius. Like this one is kind of tight. This one is kind of rounded, and this one is the same as this one. But like this one is smaller. Nothing makes sense. But then going through like my wireframe things, going through what I thought would be a good thing to add to an app isn't accessibility wise. Like this button is way too small. These ones are okay, but these buttons at the top are really bad. And yeah, but that's a way for you as yourself to go back and reflect and say, well, I had a good idea on paper. And at that time, I didn't know much. So I couldn't have executed the concept in a way that made sense. I think if I were to do that, maybe that's something that we could do in stream one day. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe. But recreating like this project here could be something, or like this one was really good overall, like a branding for a tattoo artist slash illustrator. And so the whole thing was like the name is Wasp, so we used Wasp as a base. But then nowadays, when I'm looking at it, this is good, but also not that good, mainly because it is too detailed for something that would be like a stamp. So we had the logo type made to make sure that it had something a bit more um, creative and working as a stamp, something on a business card or somewhere, but it still doesn't really work. So there's a ton of progress that I've made since then that I would implement in this, like making something way simpler, way simpler. Nonetheless, that's the thing. But yeah, practice every day. Make sure that you have receipt of what you've worked on, and like this, this is the Blender research that I did. Kind of first day, third day, fifth day, be good, and then moving on to other things that are a bit more complex and more interesting, but also it looks like because at that time here I didn't really understand how to create materials and content and things. This one was really good. Like the purple was really nice, and then I went on to create more stuff and more stuff and progress, and then at the end we have more interesting materials, but that's about it. Like not much more than that. Just thinking about what we could create and what we can do through that that's about it. So yeah, the more practice you do, the betterer you would become. And the better you become, the easier it would be for you to find a job. However, going back to your initial question, if you need a job right now, it's going to be harder to practice, which I understand. So I would say if right now you have the ability to showcase some of your skills that are adjacent, as you said, to the work that you kind of want to do, so UX design or basically graphic design or front end work if you have or if you want, do that. Try to get like an internship, um, something in partnership with a school, maybe. I don't know exactly which country you're in, um, but that would work. Like that would help both of you. Like Stafford, Stafford here on Twitch and VisualBox on YouTube. Both of you would be pretty good in doing something like right now, finding like an internship, which is not necessarily that well paid, which I'm sad about. I wish you could find something that is well paid and good and enjoyable. But if you really need a job right now, that's the best entry. Best thing, again, is going to know what you can do that is different than what other people can do. So, what the fuck am I talking about? If you have been in the past someone that has been consistent in, I don't know, going to the gym every 3 days, for example, like 3 times a week or something, like you have consistency, this is a routine thing, you are used to it, you can do that, and you have proof that this is something that you do. That consistency could be reframed into something different. Some people have said, which I kind of like, Nishan, hi, welcome in. Some, yeah, some people have said, instead of saying that you binge watch anime um, for 8 hours a day when you was unemployed, you can just say that you've been learning Japanese using the immersion method. You just rephrase what you've done. That's something that can help into transitioning into a new job, but basically knowing the skills that you have and the capacity that you can do things will help into selling yourself, which is really bad, but you know. I am live on Twitch too, yes, 100%. I'm live on both. I used to be live on 3, as in YouTube, YouTube Shorts, and Twitch, but YouTube Shorts is just, I don't like the Canva. It doesn't help you as the viewer to see what I'm doing, so I don't like it. So you know, that's really bad. That's really bad. I mean, really bad for me. But yeah, like I would say that's the base thing. So you need to practice as much as you can, and then if you want to find a job specifically, Stafford, in UX, and you have UX adjacent analytics skills, like lead with that. Try to find something that is like a junior position, and within the junior position, you may have like the ability to say, well, I'm applying for this junior position right now because this is what you have open. However, I have more skills than this, and therefore you will stand out compared to the rest of the applicants. So, you know, um, YouTube Shorts Live is really weird. I agree. And right now, Twitch, um, like Twitch mobile app is vertical as well, was a bit of a weird thing, but they send you to the full stream later. It's weird. It's weird. I'm not gonna lie there. But yeah, see, Menacing vibe. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? It's your first message, so I have to ask. Welcome in. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. You hate Twitch homepage? I don't. I haven't been on Twitch homepage in a while. I mean, I just get to it when I'm looking for right at the end of the stream, but that's about it. Like nothing more. Um, well, you are in the right place. We do design around here. We don't really do dev. We can talk about dev, but we mostly do design. So if you have design questions, feel free to ask, as always. As always. So yeah, that's the. I guess that's the biggest recommendation, Stafford. Stafford. I will still have a hard time with your fucking name. I'm sorry about that. Going to the field that seems the most appropriate for you right now, the UX field is going to be really like good in the short term, I would say. The front end field is going to be more complex to like achieve because mainly you will, as I said, compete with the CEO having access to an AI if you are going to startups. So that not that good. But yeah, other than that,
Menacing vibe is now following.
thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Well, if you have something to share, by the way, missing vibe, feel free to share links. Also, Nishant, if you have a question, feel free to ask the questions. Go ahead. Go ahead. The other thing, the virtual box on YouTube, if you have like the practice every day thing already, you should be able to see, even though you said that your posters are not good, you don't really like them. And I think you shared one in the past. You have your existing posters. You see them as bad, good. That's a good start, which is a very designer thing to think about. But then you think of your poster, and then the exercise I would give you would be you take a look at it and you try to recreate it in a way that is less bad in your eyes. So you make it better without deleting the initial thing. Just create a second version, see if it works better. Create a third version, see if it works better. And maybe you need to iterate many times before you reach the point where it's like, yes, I like the thing that I have created right there. So that's it's a good thing. That is a good thing. I could showcase this. 1 second. I'm saying I could. I just need to find it again. There. This specific screen, which we have showcased many times. This specific screen was the initial thought of my Japanese learning app, Can, which right now, as always, this is broken. But that was the initial thinking, the way I was thinking this would look. You would have like hiragana and katakana right there, and then you would have like a bit of a very simple navigation bar, which would give you the practice, the search for searching something inside of this, and the progress, right? So far, so good, very simple. What I reached at the end was this, which is similar, different, but kind of similar. However, we have the hiragana and katakana at the bottom, and it's more for curved navigation rather than the regular segment control at the top. all of that was or got achieved through more iterations. And so that's basically what I would highly recommend. Um, work on it. How are you? I'm looking for the fastest way to showcase my projects. Is it Framer, Notion, Behance? Start applying for design position. A lot of companies have graduate programs in April. That is a fair point. Um, the best way is going to be having your own website. So Framer is going to be pretty good. If you don't want to pay for a domain and have something that is your own name and all that, Behance is really good. Layers.to is an option as well. We kind of talked about it before and showcased it before. It's a competitor to Dribble, but also it's not that good. Um, you know, uh, but it's an option. And there is another one that is coming in next month, so soon to check. But yeah, like these things are the best option. The best option being like your own domain to showcase your own content, and um, you know, self-promoting here. But this is like my own website. You have like a bit of an understanding of what I do. You have a bit of a preview of what I do with videos, and then some showcase of this is the content I've done, and this is the reason, this is the scope that we had, uh, the problem that we had, and then some visuals. Blah 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 blah. That's about it. You know, like I'm not picky about the content here, but that sometimes is enough, sometimes it's not enough. Morton, hi, what morning? Um, I didn't have, but kind of yes, but not really. Let me read this though. So, Live is a website for my software information will be is not fully done just yet. I'll be done in a whole within a month from now. Working on 10 14 hours a day. That's pretty good. I can't read fast. 1 second. Um, uh, cool. And then I saw this one as well. Cool. Let's work on it. Framer is really good for starting. I do agree with that. It's hinted at that Figma is about to release Figma website, which if you already have the ability to do some Figma stuff and Figma release Figma website, you would have the ability to just publish whatever you did in Figma directly into your website. So maybe Framer is going to be dethroned from its position of lead for no-code designer to publishing, but I don't know. And also, you're quite afraid to stepping in selling your services. I hate it. I can't really help on that department, but yeah. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at this. Let's load it again so I can see if we have a bit of a transition. I see an issue here. That navigation has too many links. That's the first thing. Good to know. Like this makes more sense, right? In terms of alignments and content, but in order of 100%, this goes to the next line. This is not good details. If you're designing your case studies in Figma slides, that's pretty good. It will probably also like be working if you just export them as PDFs. It's also an option. again, any tools that you're using and any tools that you are familiar with or comfortable in is going to be the right tool for the job. This is pretty good. Manageable to control, manages your game tools. That is interesting. The design that you have here is really good. The design that you have here is really different. So I don't know how linked they are. Okay, this is bad. Take it with a grain of salt, but it is bad. Okay, so let me explain why it's bad. My point of view. I'm arriving on here. It is very visual. I have something in the background that is enticing, that gives me an idea that I would have like a dashboard based on the title here, of content that would be really good for controlling what I need to control. Cool. And then after this, no more visuals. There is nothing that is giving me any hint or will to click on login and create an account. Like I'm seeing this, it's just boring text. I'm seeing this, it's just boring text. I'm seeing this, it's just boring text. And so if you just added something that says, what is like Fibrium, and then you have like a bit of a screenshot of the creator suite, and then the core system features, maybe you have an image right here that showcase what it is, like a very simple thing that might help. Like again, biased. I made this, so 100% biased. But you arrive here, you have this, that's enticing. You read the title, you see the preview, that's interesting. If that's not enough to convince you to click on either of the 16 button that is on quick access, you can continue scrolling, and then you arrive here. It is the most boring bitch that I could create. But you have a bit of an explanation and a bit of what it is. And then you have a bit of an explanation and a bit of what it is, and so on, and so on. And that is like the base of making the website a bit more interesting, at least. You do need to have like access to some things to make it more fun, but yeah, I can't really help. I do help if you have the funds, but you know. The best thing that I could recommend you to do here, if I don't think I have kept Wapalizer here. Yeah, I haven't. You said you made this in Framer, right? Or you made this somewhere else? I forgot. Also, Cuddles, the Figma stuff is going to be released, officially announced, potentially, in May something, when there is the new config stuff. What I'm saying is that if this is a Framer website, menacing that you have created, Framer templates exist, and bitch, not there. I guess. Yeah, in May, so I have 13 in my head, but it might not be the case. I don't know. I forgot. If you're using Framer, that's basically what I'm saying. If you're using Framer and you are looking for just a website that looks better than what you currently have, you can go in here and look for the templates that are currently free. I understand that it is potentially not that good because some other people will have the exact same website, but as a base point, like this might be much better, just because you have already a system that works. Like these animations might be built in and custom and whatever, you could just replace them with images. But overall, like the page itself is gonna be better. If you're using Theme Forest, which is the same thing, there might be other options in there that makes more sense and that would give you some things you are looking for. Oh, I mean, I guess it's a marketing website for you. The thing is, I don't think there is any free ones in there, which is kind of sad. I mean, it's fine, but you know, nonetheless, it could be an option as well to go in there and find one that is a bit better than the one that you have. Not even necessary, but the visual help is going to be better based on the fact that manage your game's tools, apps, and software from a powerful modular system, real-time data, and total flexibility built for creators who need control. That implies that the people that are the target audience are kind of visual people. So I would recommend you to get something that is more visual for these target audience, to ensure that it makes sense to them. You know, like if I'm targeting farmers, I'm going back to the farmers another day again. If I'm targeting farmers, I am probably not going to create a website like this one. It's not necessarily work for farmers. Like, this is not the target audience. Like, I'm just looking for people that are learning Japanese and they want to get access to this, and that's, you know, that's the base. But yeah, it wouldn't work for farmers. For you here, this is really good. Like, the top section is really good because it is. Oh, that was interesting. It is visual, but then you enter this, and this is not visual anymore. So it just needs to be more visual. I'd say that's about it. If you want me to work with you, you would see like the contra link in the chat at some point. That's an option, but yeah, that would be the best option. Like that. If you want to work with me through contra things to select the services, the prices, whatever. That is interesting background. I forgot that I had that. Nonetheless. The easiest way, again, the easiest way for you to get this to work is going to just put screenshots of what you have created. If you have the content and you have the screenshots available, because you know you can take screenshots of your product, that's about it. That's most of the thing that needs to happen. For anything that is like big ass features like this, the like this you have 10 points, which is already massive. You could just have this in a feature list of 5. So ah uh I was about to say the landing page design might not help, but yeah, basically one of these, like the benefits type section. Not this, because this is too little for what we want to achieve, but a 5 block like this, for example, could work. It depends. It depends. I need to see way more than just this to be able to tell you if it's an option or not. But yeah, from what I'm seeing right now, most of your content is you have the text, which is what I can't really do because, you know, that's your content. And then the visuals are going to be either made for specifics based on screenshots or based on the content itself. So, you know, yeah, that's the thing. And Nishant, yes, share a link. I mean, you can't share a link. Share a fake link if you can. Links on YouTube don't work. So, you know, parenthesis dot at the end of the thing could work. So I could just do that, would be an option. Also, yes, you can just come to Twitch. That would be much better. If that's the thing, yeah, the dot at the end. I don't see your link. That's the reason why I'm saying that. You know, do a google.com, like dot with the dot making like that. For example. The design is really good. I'm gonna say that now. The texture you have in the background, I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but that is pretty good. I would say the only thing that you need to do is take that design that you already have and make it available in good. Make it available on like on the homepage. So that color, that blue color that you have here should be the same here as well. The grainy gradient background that you have should be the same in the background here. All of this, you have like all of the content that you need to have. And, you know, like I feel like that should be enough. That's a weird ass. That's a chess piece, I guess. That's interesting. These are weird. Let me click on that so that I don't lose it. Nonetheless, you have the screenshots. So all of these are basically what you just need to put in the other pages. So, like, what is this Creator Suites is supposed to be the image that is either this one or I guess this one for the system tools and the suite of tools that you have. And then you have the core systems, which is the thing that you have the other side. The modular system works could be this, right? It's the modules. And then you have the launcher, which is probably something else. You know, but you already have the screenshot, so you just need to do that. Just need to put them on this next to it. And that's going to be good enough, at least in the beginning, to ensure that you have everything. I don't. So, first of all, I haven't read anything. So I don't know what it's about. The only thing that I can say is that I have looked at this and I saw you have multiple blocks that you can use and like create things. But I don't know what it really does. I don't know how good it is. I don't know if it's good. And specifically, I don't have enough understanding um, to say like, oh yeah, this is something that could work or not, or to give my opinion on it. That's the first thing. The second thing, these are screenshots, and until I can kind of play with it, I can't really give any opinion on the tool. But so far, from the design that I'm seeing here on these screenshots, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. There are some things here and there that are debatable, but then it's kind of, I don't know. Like the main issue that I have is some of these icons looks AI generated. Dapshy. I mean, most of the icons look AI generated, some of the text also as well. So I don't know, there is like a different design here and there that don't necessarily make a lot of sense to me. So there is a need for coherence in the tool itself. Nonetheless, consistency across everything is going to be really good, at least from my point of view. So, like, this is good. This is good. This is the same thing. This one is kind of weird. And you have another one that I talked about. Like, these ones are kind of not that good. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's, yeah. And then going back to, would I be interested in beta testing? I don't think I'm the target audience. Mainly because I don't play games. I don't need to manage my tools. I don't really use apps. And the only software that I have is Figma. So, that I really use. So that would be not really helping or not really good for me, if that makes sense. So yeah, but other than, I mean, from my point of view, other than having visuals on these sections, you are not missing a lot. Like it's, you know, that's the thing. I mean, to me, that would be the main thing. Fixing a website is going to be expensive. I'm not going to lie. For like, if we go into services, it's not just a design help. It's going to be either a Framer website or something a bit more complete. So it's going to be between 2 and 8K in terms of prices. 2K and 8K roughly. I need to understand a bit more about the product, the scope, all of that to really give you like a true price. But yeah, that's the rough range that I could give you. So that, yeah, might be more expensive. But I get it. Yes, there is a lot of reading right now, which I do understand. It makes sense, right? You want to make sure that everything is outlined and understood by the people that are coming to the platform, which is pretty good. If I take, again, unbiased, my secondary website. This is different. This is for design agency, so different output, different roles and goals. But you basically have visuals in the beginning, kind of metrics and credentials, something that helps. What else have you done before? So visuals again, design agency, so it makes sense. Prices and and then how it works, and if you have like more questions, you can click on the questions. But then, you know, that works, kind of. Whereas here, I need to read so much that I didn't read, which is not good for a website usually. But yeah, I think you currently are trying to put everything in its page to make sure that it works. You should have a homepage that contains all of these sub pages that you currently have in sections that make sense, and then have details in a second page. You have sent it already, right? That's what you sent. Spaghetti, I think. Yeah, I have it here. I saved it. I saved it. So yeah, again, going back to Framer templates, because that's going to help a ton. If you just need the website to showcase the platform and the thing that you have created, and you have the screenshots, again, maybe this is good enough. It has the green bright E colors that you currently have for your blue, and that would potentially, again, this is a potential, do exactly what you need to do, because it's just containing or adding what needs to be added compared to what you currently have. That might be enough. So, like, go and check the templates on Framer templates. If you're willing to go with Framer, Framer is more expensive than hosting it yourself. I agree with that. But even if you don't want to go with Framer and you want to go with like one of the design that are here, like let's say you like this. Also, that's the browser that I use, which is not Mac only anymore. It's Windows as well. Let's say you like this, right? This is just going to give you an idea of what you can do. Like maybe this is what you need to do in terms of layout and structure and whatever. Maybe this is what you need to do, and that would just give you a bit of an inspiration, where you see that you have like your section at the top, which has your preview, and then you scroll and you have a secondary section with metrics or data, and then a third section with a bit more details about something of the app or of the content that is available, provided in that template. Again, not saying that you need to use that template as a Framer template, but for you to get an idea of, oh yeah, so that these sections have text and an image and text, and then text and image. I see that pattern. I can recreate that pattern on my side and have something that makes sense as well. So getting these templates, Framer templates, as inspiration is going to be really good. This, look at this. Look at this shit. Sorry. That's the... But yeah, other than that, I don't think I can give you any more direction in this on that website, other than make it a one-pager with potential secondary links rather than a lot of links and a lot of text. But yeah, that's about it. Framer is free in terms of template, so that's pretty good. And they also give you like a Framer URL for free, so it's hosted would be kind of weird, but I get it. Like it could be a redirect from your domains to something else. Or you can just pay for the $70 a month, $70 a year. You know, could works. But yeah, like, too much. Too much things. Nishant. So, also, did you change your name on YouTube to Spaghetti at some point? Like, you've been here in 2022, which is kind of crazy. But I don't remember this name. So now I'm like, hmm. What was your name before? Chris, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Have a good work session. You're welcome. That's why we here. That is why we are here. You were Spaghetti before. Interesting. Interesting. What do you want me to give you as feedbacks on this one? Like, what are you looking for? You're just looking for, is this, or are the slides good? Are the slides not good? Are there things that could be improved, or are you looking for something specific? I'm seeing that there is like 28 slides, goddamn. I see. Something you can improve on, I think, from this point of view, the fonts. For me, the fonts here are not good. They work, but they're not good. Also, font is logged as Fox. What the? This is, again, personal takes. So, whatever. But pitch, to me, is really good as references. I highly recommend, and I was about to give you the link to pitch rather than giving you the link to pinch template, which is much better. I know you're using Figma slides and you're using Figma templates. The reason why I'm sending you the pitch.com templates is because you can go in there and find something that seems like a good base visually, again, to help you understand. Let's say you are looking for a page that looks like this, or a page that looks like this. You have like a bit of a better understanding of how it should be organized and potentially how the font could be better. So, for example, your initial title screen would be something like this one, I guess, where you have the title, your underlined subtext, and then the author, supervisor, other things. That might be a bit better. You can see how this one is like bold, regular, bolder, like medium, and then caps, but kind of thinner and a bit on the background, not very visible compared to this. So what the fuck with this? So details, pitch could help potentially to give you like a bit of a better understanding of some of the options. These are okay. I don't know about the lines, but that's a personal choice. If you want the lines, use the lines. If you don't, you don't. It's fine. Everything works. These images, the thing that I'm saying or seeing is that this one is really sharp, really vector based, and these ones are very pastel and not necessarily the same styles themselves, but they look really similar. Like this one looks to come from the same set or from the same. I was about to say the same ChatGPT 4.0 like generation, Sora, which is pretty good. But this one seems out of place because the pastel blending is kind of different. So you can do that by, I mean, do that. You can change that image, kind of, if it works. Ooh, interesting. You can so change that image with the exposure, with a bit less, more contrast, potentially a bit of a temperature change. Like you make it a bit like sepia-y, so it's yellower and more pastel. That could blend in with the rest of the images that you have created. Like it's not much, but that is more yellow, and therefore it matches with the rest. Small details, not really important, but um, kind of could work. Same thing here. I would say like this needs to be bold, like project review, project overview. These two back to back is debatable. Because you have this, right? This is the starting title where you basically have what am I about to talk about and who is the creator, like who am I, who is the supervisor, what's the collaboration happening, whatever. And then you have the project overview, and the project overview, and the research objectives, and then literature insights, and all of that. If this is a presentation, like a live presentation, when you will speak openly to a crowd of people, you have way too much text on your slides. Like there is way too much things in there to basically distract the people that are listening to you speaking. I explained that before in many streams. If I am speaking to people and the slides that are behind me have a title and an image that's half a second, that the people are going to look to the slides to see what has changed. If there is text, they will take 2 to 3 seconds to read the content of the slide and therefore not listen to what I'm saying. So if I'm here, let's say I was speaking to you and presenting something and I'm changing slides, your eyes are moved to the new slide and tried to read something, looked at the image, and you have my voice in the background, but it's not necessarily the thing that you're focused on. So you are losing focus of your viewers and of your audience by having too much content. So here, for example, too much content, and same thing here. So I feel like as much as this of a slide as possible, the best it would be. So for example, for this one, you would have your goal here would be to get primary goal, secondary goal, and secondary goal 2, which is kind of weird, removed, and then potentially just have like access the usability, understand users, identify usability issues, like as your 3 points. And the rest of the sentence is something that you would say because you know your subject and you know what you're about to talk about. Then small changes, but that would help a ton for presentation. If it's something that is sent, the more text there is in there, the better it is. So it really depends on the use cases. These ones look out of place. The main reason for the look out of place is because you're using emojis instead of illustrations. as of until now, there was no emojis used. So this feels out of place, as well as the background color has changed. So here we are in a white background, and then here we are in a gray background. So consistency across thing. I kind of understand that you are now in the methodology section, which implies a different background color potentially, uh, but you then have things um, in a weird way. Like this one is a white background, this one is a gray beige background, but also this one is, but it has like more green blue e thing. So yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Um, what I would say here, for the sake of how it could be made, I should just bring Figma next to it. Would be better. Um, so if I have this text, which is right here, which is your text, yeah, way too much things on this fucking screen. Let's put that in white. If this is your text and your slides and your things, I would say no, not that. Would say it's split with a layout that should be good if it works. Cool. Um, Personally speaking, this one, let's move it here. With that split that I just did, I am getting the emojis as bullet points. So instead of getting what you have here, which is bullet points plus emojis, I will replace that with the emoji itself. I know this is not the most practical and the easiest thing to achieve, but if you just take each and everything that you have in your auto layout frame, you just duplicate it. So Command D, so everything is just doubled. And then you just take these two and just auto layout each doubles that have been created. You could do that automatically, but like, it's fine. And then instead of having them vertical, you make them horizontal. And the first one is going to just take the emoji, and the second one is going to not take the emoji. So far, so good. Very simple. I mean, very simple. Very simple. Do something like this, for example. And now in order to get these to make sense, you get them to be filling container, and you get these to be filling container 2. And that way when you resize that, if it breaks to go to the next line, the bullet point itself remains in the right position, rather than be moved and getting that kind of indentation thing. So that's basically how I would potentially do it, to get something that is a bit more better. And probably like instead of 40, I would have like something like this. Maybe a bit more space. Makes sense. But yeah, I would do something similar to this to make it better for the emojis. Right now, again, I'm probably seeing that with the Apple emoji compared to the Windows emoji. The Windows emoji would be better fitting based on your illustrations here. So that's something to think about potentially, to get like something similar. But yeah, it feels out of place. I would say that's my main point on this. The slides with the emojis are feeling out of place, but this one is fine. So that's debatable. This one is okay. It's a pretty good hierarchy of information. The thing that I'm seeing here is that the title is bold, the text is not, compared to here when title is regular, thin, and the text is the same. So there is no hierarchy of information between the two, compared to this one that has a bit of a yeah, I see the titles, I see the subtitles, I see the text that I need to read. That makes a bit more sense. Uh, Here there is a bit of an issue as well. Same reason, like the typography is the main issue. This one is out of place because the first bright ass orange charts. So I understand you need to have something that is potentially like eye catching, but it's weird. It feels out of place. Again, same thing, same reason. It's just typography, colors, alignments, just feels really out of place compared to these things. That's debatable. It's not recommended to have center line text for more than 2 lines because it's harder to read. But yeah. Also, these two are weird to me. The fact that you're here with a very parchment chart, which is interesting, and you go to this, which is a more clinical chart, which is the same chart but like kind of clinical, feels again out of place. There is something about it that's just they look so much similar and they are so much the same in terms of same icons, same emojis here and there. So yeah. Yeah. I get it. I get it. Yeah, same thing. This one is okay, but like the font is not making a lot of sense either in terms of homogeneity. And then this one comes out of nowhere. Like it's kind of weird. There is more hierarchy of information with the titles and subtitles, titles and text. The arrows that you have on both corners are not helping. At least from my point of view, I don't really understand why they are here and what they do, other than potentially implying that this is a loop and I'm looping through the entire thing, but it just doesn't make sense. So I don't know if it's necessary. This one is weird for the same reason as earlier. I don't know why this one has like a black border around it. Uh, like these two, it was on my first go. I didn't really understand why that was happening because I mean, they are the first one, and then you go back to this, which is a similar but not the same, right? You can probably see the difference in between these two. The main difference is this one is really clean, really simple, and this one is really clean, really simple. However, it has a bit of noise and color noise based on the emojis that are added in the titles. So that feels out of place as well. And then this page is good. Like that's a quote. So that's an interesting thing. I don't know if I would have the emoji either. And then that would benefit from this in terms of like layout. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You wouldn't have these columns to be so narrow. You could take like a bit more width and the text would be still readable, but there is still a lot of text here. So I don't know. And then that thank you is really weird to me. It's really flat. Like you basically have this. And you could have used like one of the similar fonts. I mean, potentially not this one, probably not this one. But that has more personality at the end. Again, that's personal preferences. If I go back to where you were, you had Public Song, and I would potentially go bold, black, heavy. Makes more sense to me. For titles, hierarchy, all day. But yeah, overall, I feel like the fonts are not good, and the homogeneity of the entire presentation isn't that good. There is something that tells me this is the same company, this is the same content. There is that gray background, orange, sage, sand colors across the entire thing, but it's just unpredictable. Like I don't know, specifically this one. I don't know what to expect on the next slide. So yeah, it's interesting. Does that make sense? I think it does, but it's just it's a lot of information in one go. I get that as well. I think this one is really good. This is a really good overall placement. I'm unsure about the emojis again, but the overall thing is really okay. The only thing that is questionable from my point of view is the fact that the title isn't with the block of text. I understand that it would potentially give you like a bit more space or white space or something, but if I had shit. Let me do that instead. Like, I understand that this is annoying, right? And it would make a lot of sense to get. Holy shit! Make a lot of sense to get that. Bitch. Sorry. Cool. 1 second. um, I'm gonna do something bad. It's gonna be okay. Never do that. Never do that. I feel like something like this might make more sense. If we back this in black and let's put that in white so that we have something similar to what you currently had. The reason why I'm saying that this might make more sense is because now you have the ability to get this inside of inside of this a layout frame. Let's use the exact same font sizes for everything so it makes sense. But you have the ability now to get like potentially a bit wider of a text block underneath, potentially reducing the amount of text that you have here, but you know, like that could help entirely for the readability and the understanding from a user point of view. This is gonna be really bad. Copy and paste properties, Command Option, and then C or V. If I copy something, Command Option C, and then Command Option V will just paste properties. You can also do Command P, and then I think copy properties will give you the quick access. I guess I would do that. These would absolutely need to be like that all the time, but you know, not really an option. But that gives you the ability to do this, which is potentially going to be better because you have like more points on your timeline, or a bit like tighter of a timeline. But I get it. It creates like a ton of white space, and that might not be what you're trying to achieve. So I get it. But you know, it's an option. Also, rephrasing content is going to be really useful, really good. But that's yeah, another thing. Nonetheless, details. Other than that, I think you're pretty good. I think you, as I said, you have like a color scheme is good. Layouts on most of your slides is pretty good. The only main point that I have is like the font is not consistent and the visuals are not consistent. So if you have the ability to make the visuals consistent, it would be much better. If you don't, that's fine. But that's that would be my main points. And then this one, come on. It's so much out of place. It is a complex one. I'm not gonna lie on this one. It's a very hefty one. What is this? Oh, I discover things. Um, what you can do for this is potentially duplicating and create an S. So ah, goddamn, goddamn. Um, regular things, regular things. Like me. Yes, Alt Command C and Command Alt C works as well. Um, so using the connectors that are on FigJam will help for this 100%. That way you have something that is automated and you don't need to think about it too much. Once you have your links done, for example, which is just simply going into FigJam or FigJam file and creating or having one connector made, you should be pretty good. I'm going to move out these out of the frames that I can just pick and place. And my point is going to be, I want this to be around here, basically. Each of them, like that, and that, to be spread out like that, centered, so that it makes sense. And probably making it here to then have my second line of content around there, then going back here, and that is going to be here. Maybe I need like a fifth one. Apparently I need a fifth one. Nope. Is it? Did I make a mistake? I made a mistake. um, so basically just that, to me, at least right now, makes a bit more sense. Just because that way it's a followable path, and also it doesn't look like a loop. What do I mean by that? If you are in the path follow system clockwise, anti-clockwise thing, if I'm here, it's basically as if inconsciously, subconsciously, I'm going this and then from here I'm gonna go back there, just because it's a full loop. Like I'm expecting to go back to the consent form, whereas in reality that might not be the case. And so getting your flow like kind of organized, you basically understand that you're going from here, and then you have all of your steps, and then you output something out of here, which I may have. No, I'm good. Um, like that gives you a bit of an output, and it's easier to kind of grasp and read. And so with that in mind, with the space that it takes, you can have your 45 around here rather than in the center, and that would give a bit more space. Like you would have your titles and whatever that says this is made in 45 minutes. Personally speaking, again, that's a me thing. Did you have that? Don't do it. But yeah, that's Jackson. Hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How's everything? Like that whole system of simply reorganizing your system into an S shape, like this is a reverse S, but S shape, will get a more natural flow overall. So that's something that makes sense. The other thing that you can do, potentially, if you wanted to have like a bit of a consistent in and out points of everything, would be to take these three, put them here, and in that one, you make it go from here to here. And same thing on the other side. They would need like a bit more spatial awareness later, but like that might, from the further out view, help the user understand how the flow, the whole flow works. That's the thing. Again, it's not much of a change, but it's it's enough of a change, I would say, to help the user read the pass and the flow, the overall flow of this. Also, I'm seeing this, and I would probably do that. Like if possible, if it's just like 2 words, I'd probably just extend it to make more sense and align the content. Again, because I'm using the connectors from FigJam, if I make a mistake, it's still connected. So I can move things wherever the fuck I want and be good with it. But yeah, you have a 5-week-old newborn. Yeah, what a concept. Yeah, you are not the first one to say that today, Denny. Work on it. Yes, I don't think I do, because I'm white, but yes. I get it. I get it. So yeah, I would do that. I would do that. If you want to take a screenshot of this as a reference to have, please do so. To kind of help. So that's the first change I would do in terms of showcasing the layout differently than what you currently have here. The second thing would be ensuring readability of the content. So right now, you have these things that have sometimes this massive green outline, which I mean, basically not sometimes, most of them have, and then the first two don't. The first two just have like a tiny version of the green outline. So consistency, again, would be better. Um, I don't understand why you have the green outline. So that's interesting. And I don't really know why these ones are so bright. I understand that they are like a secondary thing and something that is a bit more um, important. The next step, or like you have stages, so like initial stage goes there, then you have like two VR related stuff, and then you have all of these, which is like outputs. That specific color right there isn't, as far as I know, on top of that, like orange. It's, they say that it's a double A accessibility wise, but I don't think it is. I personally think it's not. So um, if you want to give it a sticker effect, make it like white, the same way you have this one already. But yeah, that would be better. You have a layover in Frankfurt. That seems so dumb. I mean, not from. I mean, yes, no, from my point of view, and Spaghetti, we're going to come back to this in a second. Um, but like you basically are coming from here, and then you go to Frankfurt, and then from there you go there, kinda. Like you basically go there, but oh, just Quebec, just Quebec. So it's the fact that it's just what, 2 hours, 1 hour. You know, like the baby is like, eh, yeah. You basically have 2 hours there, and then you need to stay in Frankfurt for like what, 2 hours of a connection, probably. Kiana, hi, welcome in. 1:30. Interesting. I was close. And then 1 hour and 30 minutes later, you fly back direct there, which is good. Heroine, hi, welcome in. There is a direct flight that is possible. However, it goes from Rome to Quebec. So that's that, and then he's around here, and it's annoying. I mean, around there, it's annoying. So I get it. I get it. I get it. If you are in the, as far as I remember, I don't really take layovers and connection flights, so I can't really, you know, as always. But technically, you give your passports and all your things, and so once you pass security, you stay inside, and then you go to your next plane. You will still need to check the passports to get in the second plane, but yeah, I mean, you need it on you anyways. So yeah, that's the thing. Anyways, back to this. If you want to give it like a bit of a sticker effect, I don't think I have that. Oh, oh, how the fuck did you do that? I see. I see. Oh, that's bad. I see, I see. Yeah, it's duplicated. God damn it. These should be white to get like a sticker effect, and that would help. Oh, some of them, oh, they are the same size, but it's not the same size. I see. I see what you did. I see what you did. It's fine though. But overall, like I think the main issue that I have is the fucking orange. But I get it. If that's the color that you have based on this slide right here, I get it. I get it. Use that. I just don't like it. Um, it's fine though. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's just the output is going to be the same. And yeah, something like this to me works kind of better. Um, that sticker might be more appropriate to be on the other side. Just it's like design study for 45 minutes, and then you have your snake follow thing. Um, and then you're good. But yeah, these text layers might be better in bolder, I feel um, like just for readability's sake, I think a bold version might be better. And then obviously, I mean, I am 100% biased on this one. I would go white and reverse like your border and uh, stroke. Bitch. What I say. What? Yeah, Shift X. Shift X doesn't work. Oh, because it's a fucking component. Nope. It's because it's a FigJam thing. My bad. Uh, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, not that, but you know, something deeper. Or the opposite, something lighter. I don't know. But yeah, something that is like not that. Not that. Feels like a mistake. I think that's my main issue. Oh wait, also I can't do that, right? Hmm. Yeah, even a blending mode would not work. So that's a sad thing. Nonetheless, doesn't change much. That, personally speaking, makes a lot more sense. Helps readability and ensure that anyone in the team would really understand the flow of steps. Um, the potential that's a bit more annoying, and that might be something that you can do next week. I don't know when that thing is supposed to happen, but I think next week or in 2 weeks, Figma is going to announce some additional features for animation in Figma slides, and therefore you could have something that is appearing in a specific order. So appear after a certain amount of delay, appear after a certain amount of delay, and so on, which would give the viewer a bit more of a, I would say, a better understanding of what's happening and in what order things are happening. But yeah, that's the same thing. That is a detail. Detail. But yeah, that's on this one specifically. I still don't like the orange, but it's still better than this, my point of view. And then the rest is just like make sure the fonts make sense, because that it doesn't. The hierarchy of information doesn't make sense, and that would help. Like you can see in a similar slide. Let's see if I can find one. I mean, I guess this is a similar slide. Kinda. You really have hierarchy of information. Title, subtitle, content, subtitle, content. And you basically know what you will need to read first, as in this is important, this is important, this is not that important, it's less visible, and so that makes sense. This is like one of the options for the slides. There is, again, like so many, which all have the exact same layout and like it's the same templates basically with different styles, but you can see how these kind of make sense as well. Like you have title, subtitle, content, and the hierarchy of information is there. It makes sense. So for inspiration, same thing. That's going to be really helpful. You can go into a lot of things. Um, I don't use them. I don't like Figma Slide per se. And to be honest, I haven't used it since it came out. I opened it, I saw how it was working, and I closed it, and I never reopened it again. So it's been like 2 years now. I don't. I don't. It's probably the same, to be honest. They probably have the same type of templates and the same type of content. It's just that it's. My point remains the same. I'm using these as references and inspiration to create templates and the slides that I need to have or want to have in my presentation. So maybe I need something like this, and I'm going to use that as a reference to check how things are done, what is the hierarchy, how things work. There is like this thing at the top, taking like a reference here. The Figma slide templates, to be honest, I don't think I have. Again, I don't think I have used it. Ever? It's probably the same. And you probably have used this one, isn't it? It is this one. I see. Yeah, I don't like it. This is much better though. That one without the gray corner, that makes a lot more sense. Makes a lot more sense. Oh, I see the difference. That works as well. Yeah. I guess one of the issues. Oh, god damn, that looks like shit. Look at that shadow. Sorry. I'm beefing with Figma, as always. I think the main issue that we would have, or that I can see here, is the fact that they have, like, this presentation specifically is catered to a very, very, very specific type of content. So, like, it makes sense if you don't touch much. If the text that is here remains one line or maybe 2 lines tops, if the content there is like 2 words or 3 words tops, like that would work. But if it's something else, not really. Like you have used that direction thing, which was supposed to have like an image on the side, but yours has 2 sections with too much text. So I would say that's the main differences. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's kind of the same. It doesn't really matter. If you like something and you're like, yeah, that's pretty nice, that works together, why not? But yeah, that doesn't make sense. I'm thinking the person that has created that at Figma probably has created others. Like this one, for example, seems to be similar, and this one as well seems to be in the same realm of simplicity. So that these might be what, or could be potentially working together because of how they are, like similar fonts and similar background colors here and there. But this is much more of a data-driven, product-driven presentation. Like this works, but it's not. Like that's the timeline. Does the same thing that as your timeline, but you see how it's more. I mean, more is not true. Like you have like your milestones, everything is in their corners, the line in the center. If it didn't have the vertical lines, uh, and that dual bitch right there, god damn, that's shit. A founder product designer is the same thing as a co-founder. So if you basically hire for founder product designer, you are going to be at the same level as the CEO sometimes. Um, but they want something that is in the founding team members to be a designer so that they have like a good design from the get-go, which is the main point. That's option number one. Option number two of a founder designer is basically there is no design team today, and we need someone that is available and be able to create the entire design process, systems, team across the thing. So you basically are expected to do everything for the salary of one person, and they want a full design team for one person. Yay. It's usually what happens. Yeah. Like basically, you can think about them as first hire of department. So founder designer or founder product designer is the first hire of the design team. Therefore, you are going to do a lot of things that are not necessarily related to the design teams, but still you're expected to do most of the design team work. Not necessarily with superpowers, but mostly like with more involved. So if you go into the product designer role and you are a founder product designer, you are probably going to influence the product a lot. So going into the decision-making meetings, ensuring that the product is going in the direction, influencing the product directions, the decisions that are going to be made with the initial clients and all of that, that potentially the CEO doesn't want to take or doesn't want to make the decision necessarily like in the beginning because they don't have like the product understanding. They know like the business, but they don't know the product. So they want someone that can just help guide the company. That's something that can happen for founder product designer. Usually founder again is founder. So like founder is looking for the initial business person that has the idea for the product needs a co-founder to split the company in two and help them to do something. So maybe it's like you have a designer that want to build a company and they hire a founder dev, like full stack dev, which becomes like the CTO, and then the CEO is the designer, and that works. Usually you have a sales that hire a dev, and then later down the line they hire a first hire product designer, which is the founder product designer for the team, which end up being the designer that does everything. which was me in the previous company. I mean, I replaced someone, but yeah, still me. Yeah, I like the if it was a real thing. Sociable, sociable Steve. Hi, sociable Steve. God damn it, Steve. Welcome on it. How are you? How have you been? Yeah, like having clients and things. This one is weird, but it's interesting. It's an interesting font. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Steve is gonna be good. See that orange and not black makes more sense. This one is an interesting one. I don't like it, but it's interesting. Anyways, that's most of the things. Spaghetti. I think that's most of the thing that I would say in order for it to make sense. These ones, these two, like specifically, next step, that duplicate, not a good idea. So I would remove that amount of space around here to ensure that we have something that makes more sense. And basically, instead of getting this view, I would use the view that you had. I think this one would work as well, like you, or the initial side to side from here. Like that would make a lot more sense than these. Like it's the same content, but it's just the same layout that we have here without this potentially. So that you have text and text, good. And no black on the side. And here, if you have the ability to get rid of that gray thing and just have this floating, I feel like that would make more sense. I kind of understand why you want to have this container, but also I don't. So, yeah. But yeah, that's about it, I guess. I guess that's about it. That's font related. It's the same thing. I said that already. I'm gonna stop looking at it, otherwise I will keep talking about it. Gonna be way too much. Way too much. Also, Stony, this thing that you sent earlier, because I clicked on it, is this installation instructions to do the whole thing? Interesting. Also, really? Really? Oh, I have a question, by the way. What the fuck is echo? I did that. It was a mistake. What is echo? Can you tell me? Um, I know I could Google it. I know. I know. I should have. I used it twice today. I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't know what it does. Um, hmm, I see. I think you're wrong. It explained it, which is pretty good. Mm, it sounds like LS or CD in my head. Again, I have no knowledge. So CD is to go into a directory, but echo is to check a directory without being in it. Echo is just a print. I see. So it will just print. As Tony said, it's a console log, but for the console instead of doing a console log. Okay, cool. If it works. But good. If you have that working, what do you need? Stoney, do you need like a more visually good looking way of presenting this, or do you don't care and you just want this to be like this? Because if you do, this is good. This good. This good. Simple, working, where, commands, what, commands, you know, they good. And it now has a UI kit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Have a good look. I see. But yeah, that would be my recommendation for you if you had like to create like a bit of a view that makes more sense. But then again, you know, like if it's multiple steps, step 1, step 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I mean, apparently Red Hat is really simple, which is really good. Why? Again, I don't know. I'm asking questions. Why some of them 2 commands, some of them 5 commands? I mean, 4 commands. This one 6, but yeah. Why? Why different? Is it just like system requires different settings to ensure that the installation works? Or would it be something like, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Ripping out right there, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I think I would rather have, if it's a command, I would rather have a blah 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 install no mercy dot server done, and then it maybe it asks me, do you want to use this, and then you have a yes or no. But yeah, that would be my highest recommendation from a non-dev to you. Nonetheless, I need a pee though, so that's we can talk about it right after.
It's muscle time! Mom?
I heard nothing. You heard nothing. Nothing happened. Also, I think 3 O's used to work. But yeah. Ugh, I hate my hair. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's slicky. Yeah, it frames my face weird. I have my antenna. That's good. Yeah, it's just, I mean, the initial name is with 4 O's because I wanted with three O's. That was the initial thing. But the mom.design website with 3 O's was already taken, or it costed like way too much. So having 4 made it work. And then I bought the domain for like 10 years. So I'm good. And yeah, I don't know why I did it today. I just wanted to see how it looked. But also having them ironed out, like straightened, it gives me a better visualization of where my hair is sitting in terms of length. Because when it's not straightened, it's just higher up. Not by much, but a bit higher. So, you know. You know. Yeah, I mean, they used to be for three O's. You may have hit the God damn it. Words. It's not delay, it's in other words. The cooldown. That's what I was looking for. You may have hit the cooldown. Anyways. I needed to talk about this just because it happens. I've been spammed by all the things because I like the company. I've been using them for a while. They have these new tubs in like metal, aluminium tubs, and goddamn, it's good. I mean, it looks good. That's it. And then the flavors are very good, like cherry apple and raspberry lemonade. Both of these are really good. You know. But these are basically the same thing as G Fuel, but from the UK. So cheaper, better, better formulations because UK regulations before it left the EU. So the formulation is much better. Nonetheless, they now have something that I didn't know, which is they have shakes, which I'm guessing is protein shakes, which is interesting, like milkshake style drinks rather than having the regular energy drinks that I used to have. But yeah, that is interesting. Nonetheless, they have like a new rabbits. They used to have like this rabbits, and now it's a bit of a new one. They have a new shaker as well, which is interesting. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter to you, right? No differences. One of the fun stuff for the other, right? These ones, Mad Monk, which is what I used to have. They now have a new pill. They have created a new pill, which is Zen. So they have one for the like the energy, and they have one for the sleep, which is interesting to know. And it's free as long as you subscribe to their delivery. It's like basically free. So that's an interesting thing. I kind of want to try it, but I don't want to subscribe. So it would make no sense to me to just like subscribe and then cancel the subscription the next day. Like it feels weird, but you know, details, details, not good. Nonetheless. We had what I was about to say. We've been having some things new in the feed, which I kind of liked. I saved that on the side, which I can now go back there. I should have just stayed on the screen. That would have been much better. Joshua has created a new plugin, which I talked about on Monday, which basically creates these magnificent transition, which is not released yet. It has been sent for approval. I don't know if it will be approved. It probably will. But, you know, this is basically the blend shape that Illustrator has, but made in Figma. And so what they have created right there is this. So you can take two shapes, you define shape 1, shape 2, and then you define the amount of steps in between. It will generate well, everything. It will generate everything in between the two. And that's a pretty good plugin. I think it would be really good. Going back to a virtual doodlebox on YouTube to create like posters and graphic design related content, that would be really good. So I kept it. It's neat. We like it, and that's one of the posters that could be made with it. So I just wanted to showcase that because Joshua is doing a lot of good stuff. We also have this thing apparently. So I don't really know this account at all, but apparently IKEA has an HTML generation of their receipt directly in HTML through like the website, and it creates the full receipt every time. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. I don't know. It just looks nice. And if that is the same thing that they are using for the thermal printer, it's pretty interesting. Nonetheless, good find, at least. I like it. I didn't know that it was like on their website. Like I thought it was something that was going through like the cashier thing at the end, like the computer that they use, and not really like HTML, not directly in HTML. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I kept this because it's cute. And that's about it. It's a cute representation of things, pretty simple. It kind of works. We had this, which wasn't made in Figma, but is pretty neat as well. This bitch, has been uh, basically trolling and rage baiting on Twitter for the past, I think, 4 years now. Discovered that yesterday he posted something about design and he gained 400 followers in one day. Um, and we've been saying that to him for the past 4 years, that he should just stop bullshitting and just post content that is good for him, and it worked. So that was fun. That was fun. This, I liked it because it looks really, really close to the app that I showcased on Friday. The app word thingy that is like the AI take a picture, created stickers of what you have in front of you. It has the exact same background, the exact same effect behind the sticker. So I don't know if that person is fully aware. I'm guessing yes, but we never know. It's pretty interesting to see that a lot of people are sharing the same thing. That one, based on the discussion we had on Monday about Figma variables and properties, these are really, really interesting and probably good properties to add. So on this recommendation and ask, that is the thumbnail / image import for property for component, the amount of pages, that's debatable. The percentage of progress, this is really, really good because you would have like something that is more granular and more precise. And then the custom color rather than using a mode. I'm guessing this is never going to happen mainly because of the modes system, but nonetheless, really good. Really good question and ask. So we'll probably see that happens. On another note, if you haven't seen the news, Instagram has released their edit apps, which is a duplicate of CapCut, since TikTok is supposed to go away. Kinda. People are going to move back to Instagram. Kinda. And therefore, they need to be able to edit their reels directly in the app. Therefore, Instagram is creating edits, which is really interesting. It seems really good when it comes to the UI, but I haven't downloaded it, and I probably wouldn't download it. Nonetheless, moving on. There has been some things like, this was really good, but it's a different thing. Like this, Duolingo has released chess. I don't know if this is like a new app. I don't know if this is something in their math app, but they apparently now have a board to teach you how to play chess. So that's an interesting thing. It's interesting from my point of view to see how potentially the app could evolve into just taking the foundation of what is like a teaching app and applying the same foundation into other districts, as a chess, for example. Math was the other one earlier this year or last year, I forgot, and then now chess. So that's interesting. I don't know where they would go after that, but they will probably have more stuff. Apparently, based on research, the entirety of the chess board and the animations have been made in Rive. So again, Duolingo seems to be pushing really hard on using Rive for everything. I don't understand. Still don't understand, but it's a thing to know. And then that happens. It looks really good. That's the usual thing with Luke. nothing to, nothing to share. That person, which is right, has shared earlier, is creating like a ton of micro packages for SwiftUI, which is pretty interesting. And I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like some of them are really, really simple, but you know, the one that I was talking about last time is GlowGetter, which takes the HDR setting and applied to like buttons, shapes, whatever for the glow effect that we had. It was pretty good. What else do we see? Not much have we seen, to be honest. Not much. This one is interestingly scary in a good way. Apparently, this is made with Variant UI, which in one shot, as they call it, and they generate UI straight from AI. And this has been the creation that they have with the exact same prompt. So, if that happens, this is way more interesting than the usual thing that we have seen. There is a lot more creativity in terms of, like this one, for example, creating that layout here is more interesting. Same thing there, like that's weird, but it works. And this is the same thing, kind of weird. One person, if I go back, one person in the replies here, if I remember correctly, has said this looks really similar, which is the case. Like specifically, if I'm opening it on the side, you will be able to see that these two, if I can, put both of them side by side, they are really much the same. So there is something to be said, as always, that the AI for generation or generating whatever need to be trained on something. This seemed to be so close that there is no doubt that it has been inspired by this. But the fact that it recognized that this could be orange and this is orange as well is interesting to an extent. It's not good, but it's interesting, at least for me. So, potentially soon I will not have a job. Finally. No need for me. And then this is more for Chris than for anyone else, but like, I didn't know about this, which is pretty impressive. This is from February, which apparently Brett created like a meme coin, crypto thing, hyped it up, rug pulled everyone, and then no one is talking about it. So that is interesting, really interesting. Some of the good news that we have seen as well is the OpenPin, the AI pin thingy that was expensive, and then the company kind of died. Now someone has created like the OpenPin to basically flash a firmware to reuse or ensure that you still have access to your pin if you bought one. So that's really good. It doesn't seem to be non-working, but it's nice to have like someone that has taken the opportunity to do that. Potentially not breaking content. And then I think that's about it. This is the one that I was talking about for the glow getter, that could take the HDR value to get like the brightest nits possible for this section, which seems to be already the case, but nonetheless, good stuff. That's about it. That's about it. That is... Yes. Oh, that is my name. But yeah. Any questions? Any things? Eh. Yeah. Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. Not designed for what? For me? Designing something? I don't know. I don't know. Do you really need a design? Can you not just open the Tailwind one? Like, it would really be the same, to be honest. And I don't think it's necessary. Please share. Please share. Sorry, I'm seeing things. It's so bad. So bad. Yes. Yes, of course. Of course. You share on Discord. Oh, that's cute. That's interesting. You have one error from my point of view. One. It's not enough. You should have more. My main issue with it is the start button. Your shadows are underneath, and that makes it like that. At 5 minutes, makes it like a spherical button or rendering, and it's the same here, but you have the top being darker when the bottom should be as dark as the top here, because you have the highlight right there. So in order to make it make sense, you should have something similar to this, with the top being really light and the bottom really much darker, to get the pill shape overall thing. The main reason why I'm saying this is because you have a shadow, drop shadow underneath, and that implies that this is like rounded-ish. So if it was like highlight at the top, that would be much better. But the rest is really good. That position is debatable for the light source right here. I'm guessing this is the light source, so that highlights good, but then the other ones are highlighting from the other side, so that's also debatable. But yeah, the rest is pretty good. I would say the icons are kind of weird. They feel like stretched for some reason. And I also feel like the text in the top is not centered. Like the amount of space that I have here is smaller than the amount of space that I have here. By not much, but it's not centered. As in, yeah, it's such a nothing. I don't know if I can count it, but it's not centered, which is weird. It's probably the font itself that has like a bit of a way. Nah. Centered enough. Maybe. But yeah, I would just, personally speaking, again, just do that instead. That's it. Could I couldn't make them? Yeah, I mean, yeah. As soon as I release this thing, yeah. Uh, one day. One day this will be a thing. Not yet, though. Not yet, but yeah, no, yeah. What you need right here is something that is more of a thick icons. Right now, these icons are kind of slim, and I would say not matching the rest of the design, the heaviness of this design. So something like fat icon would be pretty interesting to use. Or chunk. Chunk is a bit more. Chunk would work. But they are like chunky. They're also very, very square. So that's a thing to think about when you're creating them or using them. But chunk is free, which is really good. And they give you these that are like really, really heavy. Most of them are very heavy, but they are really, again, they are really, really square. But they are pixel perfect, so that's pretty good. But chunk is really interesting as well. I do like them. Fat icon is, I don't know if we do have them. I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we do have them on Figma directly, so you know. Not that. That's kind of bad. Not fat as in fat. Just fat as in fat. Like chunky, but no. How is it called? It's not chunk. It's not chunk. What? There is another one. There is like the chubby icons, maybe. It's gonna be the same. Yeah, it's gonna be the same. There used to be a set, I have it somewhere, that is containing like icons that are more or less the initial icons of Tinder back in 2012, 13. So they are like more or less rounded-ish, and that might make more sense. So to give you a bit of an example, instead of having the chevron here being like basically this, right? What they did was have this done with a bit of a fatter output. So that's the first thing. And then from there, they outlined the icons themselves and made them a bit more chunky with basically playing with curves. So this. God damn it. Kind of came here. Not exactly like this, but kind of like this. So that gives you like a bit of a chunkier feel and something that has more oomph to it. If that makes any sense to you. Oomph is weird. I agree. I agree. But yeah, like that whole system is really, really interesting to see as well. To get like, or to see how they have created it. Pretty good. But yeah, if you look at these two buttons side by side, you can see that this is a bit more aligned with the rest of the design because it is heavier. You could simply get the like let's say this was your icon that you needed to have. God damn, that's a fat ass one. Right, this is the icon that you needed to have. Maybe this could be more chunky, like heavier overall of a line height to match the rest of the background or the content. Right, not really this one, but kind of. That could be an option to just have something a bit heavier. So if it is line icons and you just have lines, and instead of having like your regular 4 points, 3 points, 3 points lines, you could have like a double line, a 6 point line, or an 8 point line to make it more aligned with the rest of the design. But yeah. That I guess that would be my recommendation. The other things would be like these to be reversed. We kind of talked about it before. But if I do, which is what you currently have, if I have this, right? That's shifted up. And if I do the inverse, that's a divot. So the one that you want to be pressed or active, maybe they need to be divoted and like deep inside of the sockets, or the opposite, the one that you want to be active are the one that are like raised up because you clicked on it. But that's a thing that you could have to get like a bit of a more interesting UI overall. Just know that these ones, the ones that are raised, would benefit from having something like a bit of a drop shadow. Not much, but a bit of a shadow that falls in on what's underneath could help to kind of sell the fact that they have a height. The only thing that it wouldn't work, at least from my point of view, is this is too soft and they need to be really, really sharp based on how shadow works. So in order to get that shadow, drop shadow to be proper, it's more complex situation. I'm gonna say that. At least from my point of view, it's a more complex situation. You would have to do something like this, probably. But you would need this to be somewhere around here, with these 2 points to match the initial ones, or technically I should get that here and simply drop that. That's the shadow that we need. So that, right? And then this is going to take a gradient to be from black to black with probably 0% opacity or maybe 10% opacity. And then on top of that, that's the thing that is a bit annoying. You're going to have to put one of these on top with a background blur and a layer blur to get the fade through. That it's kind of sharp on the edges and it's not sharp there, it's faded. But it's also like an annoyance to create and to ensure that it works with the rest of the design, because as soon as you place it somewhere else, it just blurs the whole thing. So, you know, the details. But yeah, that's I guess that's the only thing that I would say for that. These buttons, to make sure that they kind of works together. If you want to have like a pressed, non-pressed situation where some of them are, well, non-pressed and some of them are pressed and raised, could be an option. Could be an option. The main thing is going to be the pressed one have less shine, at least from my point of view. Chris, hi, welcome on in. I had something for you a second ago. But yeah, beige, hi, welcome on in. So yeah, that's a potential option to get yourself like a shadow that makes sense. And looks half natural. Oh, Traveler, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Yeah. You know. Details. But yeah, Chris, that's that. I would say that's about it. The rest is really good. Like it makes sense together. It's just like Unity, you could be better, but that's like these icons, as I said, could be a bit thicker, not being that thin. Small details. Small details. Interesting. I didn't know that you were there. I forgot. Chris, for you specifically, Chris, that just arrived. you asked me about bread on Monday, and I learned something today, or basically yesterday, but I didn't know. And I don't I don't think I care, but also it's dang, dang. That is kind of true for me. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know like how much was basically made in that department, but it's impressive. It's impressive. You know, I again because I don't have or use Twitter that much, I don't see the content, so I don't know. But goddamn, goddamn. And no trouble. How would I end off that blurred shadow to the devs? I wouldn't. No, I would use progressive blur instead of the blur that I made. The thing is, progressive blur would be a bit more complex to put in place in CSS only. But yeah, it's you know. Yeah, Bolt is pretty good. I appreciate it, Beige. Thank you. I am wearing a top layer. I don't know how to call that. It's one of the things that I bought when I was in Japan. Um, it's like nubuck, like reversed leather, like the other side, like the skin, but it's fake. It's a fabric based one. It's kind of pink and yeah, kind of Swede, but a fake Swede. It's kind of when I'm sitting, it opens up, which makes it like darker here, which is kind of weird. But eh, yeah, you know. Um, I think the not trouble, the going back, the the shadow thing to export it and like bring it back or give it to the devs in a way that is understandable. You have multiple options. The blurred effect with the blur zone with a radial blur is feasible, but it's not necessarily the best option. I could instead do a set of drop shadows, like a big set of drop shadows, making them like this one would be a 1 in Y and probably a 0 in blur to give me that very, very sharp edge of the shadow, and then duplicating it and giving it 2 with a blur of 1 and so on and so on and so on. And with that, making them all exactly like 2% opacity so that they are not necessarily visible, but the more you stack them, the more you would reach the exact same outcome. So this one would have like maybe a 4, maybe a 2 in blur, and so on. So maybe this one can go away so it doesn't really bother anyone. I guess. Yeah, I guess that's about it. And that slowly could create like a transition that makes sense and that result in something similar. Not identical, but similar. So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Apple developer guidelines are for devs, not for the design. So, yeah. There is something in the recommendation that they have, which is like, that's interesting. Isn't this the thing that we already had last month? That's crazy. Anyways, sorry. The Apple developer guidelines for creating apps and publishing apps is basically like they have a clause, as I was saying, they have a clause that says we don't want to have an app that is the same as another one. That is less and less enforced anymore. Like it used to be the case, but it's still in the guidelines where you're not supposed to do or create an app that is the same as another one. But yeah, like you can do whatever the fuck you want at the end of the day. As long as the app works and that you can have something that just like is usable, you should be good. You should be good. Like again, there is someone today. Thread X. Flora, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Ken has been published. There. And it's okay. It's not doing best, but it's doing, which is good. Like this person has published this thing, and to my personal take, it's not the most designed thing ever. It's even more, it's not very much design. It's mostly native components to ensure that it just works. Why not just do that? That's an option for you as well. Like that preview here is really, really simple. They have added this transition. They have added like this big ass validation button. And the whole system seems to be instead of trays, instead of like bottom sheets, instead of the regular page. That might be the difference that needs to happen. But you know, like that's the simplicity. There is like another one that we shared earlier. I think it's above, somewhere around here. That one. That one is not necessarily like a published app. They have asked if they should publish it, but this is like a writing system similar to Notes as well, but just basic, simple systems, and they have like nice design additions. That's about it. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. You can do that. You might be having a hard time doing that based on the other one that exists. Um, like not boring, for example, is going to give you things. Um, it's the vibe, like the not boring vibe is an interesting one. You basically have like a bit of an environment and you can just navigate the environment. It's just like a simple, not meditation, but like environment feel um, with different sounds. And it's interesting. So it exists. It's interesting. So if you just want to make a simple relaxation meditation app, you can. The less boring and the less native it looks, the better it has, or the more potential to success it has. But at the end of the day, there is someone that shared a video today that was saying that they have like a website that makes them around $550 per month regularly, like on a recurring revenue, monthly revenue. And the website itself is to create cover letters. That's it. It's just like a cover letter website. So it's boring, but it works. So it's an option. It's an option. That's what I would say. And Flora, to answer your question, here is the state of Can. Can has been updated as of today. You have the ability, not this button, you have the ability to sync. I mean, on my side, not for you as a user, but for the next update, you would have the ability to sync your progress across devices through CloudKit if you have a subscription. So if you are one of the paid subscriber, you sync your progress and you never lose progress across devices. Or you never lose your progress ever. If you disable, uninstall the app and then reinstall it, you will pull back the progress you've made, which is pretty cool. What problem is it solving? People can't write cover letters. That's a thing. that's a thing. And yeah, it is pretty cool. It's a bit broken, but it's pretty cool. Yes, I agree. But it works, which is what is the most important. And yeah, I don't have a lot of knowledge of peer. I think I have an account, but yeah, it's not like on my day-to-day thing. So I don't know. You see the issue? That's cool though. Yeah. Can I get rid of that now? No, I can't. God damn it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hi. God. Damn. Have a good luck. The thing is, again, the amount of times that we've had people and creators on the internet create something that seemingly has no value, at least from my point of view, but it blew up and that changed their lives. It's kind of crazy. So you can publish something that has no utility at all, but still be recognized as useful and used. And then people just like it. Then it's successful. So I don't, like again, the amount of time that how is it called? The Riz app, that guy that created like a dating reply app thingy, which basically takes whatever a person send as a text, and then you take a screenshot or you copy paste it, and then the app gives you exactly what you need to reply. And the fact that this is making thousands per month is crazy. But people have no ability to write and come up with creative things. So makes sense. Makes sense. But yeah, the other one that I have in mind is this one, but I'm gonna see if I can have access to it, which is much better than the one I just shared. Also, you can't see that because there is too much titties. um, can I find it? Is the question. Threads is just bad for loading content. It just makes no sense to me. I don't understand. Yeah, it's not. I think it is. Like the sad thing, at least from my point of view, that for anything that exists right now, there is a successful version of it, and it might not be everything, but there is probably a successful version of toilet paper. There is probably a successful version of, I don't know, something specific, something similar, something different that you don't think about. Damn, why isn't my feed showing me the thing that I'm looking for right this instant? Makes no sense. I feel like I clicked on it like a 2 days ago. I could show you this one, but that's not gonna help. 1 second. So much titties. You can't see that. Again, against terms of services. Yeah, I don't think I can show you this. It doesn't work. That's really sad. I wish I could have access to it, but yeah, that's fine. This is something that existed. Wisdom, if you know who it is, you're good. Wisdom has revealed, as they said, but he does that every year, that he made 4 mil last year. And now is asking for 1 million for sponsor video at a minimum. And that's about it. And all he does is have a sense of style and create good outfits. But he's good at it. That's about it. So because that is an option, anyone with a bit of a good output is potentially successful. Like it really depends on the reach, the marketing, the content, the people that are seeing it on the first time. Like I have a lot of designers in my feed as well that are successful. I'm not as successful as them because I don't do the marketing that I need to do. But you know, it's a thing. So it is feasible. I would say that is totally feasible to create an app that is working and really good. There is one person that has created like um, a subscription tracker that goes into the menu bar of the Mac, and they talked about it so much on Threads and on Twitter that they have remained at the top one of productivity app or financial apps in the App Store for like 2 weeks straight. That's impressive. And because of that thing is free but not free, you know, the usual thing, they probably made banks already, which is impressive. And it's a boring ass, like, um, subscription tracker. So as I was saying last month, I'm seeing subscription trackers in my feed all day. Like there is a ton of designers and dev that are creating subscription trackers right now. And I know 5 of them, like just thinking about it like quickly, but there is so many. And yeah, they are different. They are the same concept, but they are different in terms of UI, in terms of features. You know, it's a pretty simple thing. So maybe yeah, just ship, and then once you shipped, you can just evolve, make it better. You know, makes sense. Makes sense. Anyways, as long as you share and talk about it, apparently right now, it's the only thing that you need to do. So if you are building an app and building a concept on live, just do it live. Basically, ensure that everything that you're doing is accessible for anyone, like on social media, that they know that you are making progress. And that something is going to be released and available. You know, like that helps. But again, like Can has received some subscribers. Like I have some active subscribers, not much, but still. And that's something. And if I were to post more about it, I would have more about it. Nonetheless, Cat's live, Zinc is live, Maya's live, Maya's live. Blessings, hi, bye. How are you? How's the day going? Yeah, I'm an old man. I need sleep, you know. Well, I'm gonna not press the button right there. How did you promote yourself on Twitter? You post every day, at least once, or you post consistently. The recommendation, I know it's annoying. The recommendation is 3 posts a day. Not at any time specific, but like 3 posts a day to showcase what you can do. And if it's promoting yourself, you are showcasing your skills. So create content that is related to your skills and then post it 3 times a day. I used to do once per day, which bring me like a lot of followers in a very short amount of times. I don't like posting. I hate it. I hate creating a content, but I need to. So, you know, that's the thing. Like, for example, right now I'm posting a ton of things. A ton of things. I'm posting a ton of things on Patreon to have like paid members and exclusive content. But also these videos are going as well on YouTube to ensure that it's somewhere and accessible and discoverable. And I'm the dumbass that I am. I'm not advertising these two platforms on Twitter. I'm not advertising on Threads. I should, but I'm not. And that's the thing. But yeah, that's basically it. As consistent as possible, and as good of a content as it is, as in, if I go here to show you directly what I'm talking about, the media section, because designer, sharing designer content, when I started talking about the app, about Can, because I had an ID, I started to do this. I shared this thing. It was interesting. People were interested in the concept. And then from there, I shared how I did it in code and how it kind of worked to an extent, but not necessarily worked. And then I shared that I added like more stuff, that the app itself was kind of working. And then I was working on the curved bar and it kind of worked. And I added like a ton of small details, small presentation, small explanation of what happened. And then by just sharing and showcasing all of this, I basically reached a point where when I released the beta testing session, I got 1,000 users in a week, basically. Like almost on the first day, I had like 500 users, and a week later, I had like 1,000 users in beta testing. And that's just because I've been posting about it all the time. But before that, I didn't really post much. And the only time that I posted consistently was when I was doing these. Basically recreating these images directly inside of Figma to showcase my skills and kind of flex on everyone, and just have these fast recordings of what I'm doing. And, that that's basically what I did. That's what Chris, or how Chris found me out. That's how a lot of people have found me as well, just sharing these videos. And so all of that, a ton of them, you know, um, I just started about, where is it? I guess this one was the first one that I kind of shared. And then I decided to record them in the morning to like do the whole thing. Then it was like the dare to share hashtag things. But one of my most viewed video on YouTube has been this, like the creation of this, just because someone asked, and I just published it in like no time. This one has 4,000 views, which makes no sense, but it's there. And yeah, it took no time to explain. That's the type of thing. So, like, I don't think you should focus on one thing or what app, it doesn't really matter. If you have something that is consistent, something that is across the time the same type of content, like you always talk about, I don't know, design adjacent or code related stuff or AI created apps, like that type of things, that would make people recognize you as someone that, um, yeah, yeah, you should. You can have like a main topic. It will help to gather more people around the same interest. That's the main point, usually. But yeah, that's about it. I think the under NDA stuff is pretty good. Um, I guess the not simplification, but like the option that you have would be to like take snippets. If I'm showcasing this, for example, this is not an NDA, so obviously, like I can share stuff. But if you did this, right? You thought about a specific element in the design that needed to have like specificities, or you've built like a model system, or you build like an onboarding system. How does it work? The client logo is not there. The content is recognizable potentially, but is it really like breaking the NDA? I don't know. Like if you're just showcasing that tray, that components that you're talking about, like I think the usual thing with NDAs, or the one that I have worked on in the past, is, uh, I mean, most of the content I have here is kind of under NDA. Like most of the thing for the Formula One, for Bugatti, for Thales, these are, you can't see that. But these ones, like you can't really see them, but I'm just taking the one that is public facing. Anything that I've seen that is public facing, except this, because this wasn't public facing, um, was accessible. That I kind of showcased. It's an option. Um, I see. Interesting. What is the goal of the company? That's the question. Because the fact that it's a company, yes, I mean, yes, I guess. What does it do?
Drink!
Fair point. I mean, if it works, it works. That's the good thing. That's the point. That's the goal. Anyways, me tired. There. You're going to uh, purple. Because, yes. Me tired. As always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube, as well as the Figma Bootcamp video number 2. You know? You know? That's pretty good. And, yeah. If you have questions, I'm not live, Discord, I shall be back on Friday, on Wednesday, on Friday. I shall be back on Friday, and yeah, join the Patreon. I appreciate it. Learn Japanese as always, and buy me something. All the links, all the things, all the things. Figure it out. Figure it out. But that's about it. Stream Element 1. I won number 2. That's crazy. Stony, you won number 3. That is crazy. Crazy. Anyways, take care of yourself. I'll see you soon. Eat something, drink something. Take care of each other. Be kind to each other. The usual. Bye.